Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. The night fell early over Arkham Asylum, shadows stretching long across its Gothic architecture like grasping fingers. Rain pattered steadily against the high windows, creating a gentle rhythm that belied the tension within. Batman stood motionless in the administrative wing, listening to the facility's nocturnal symphony, the distant hum of security doors, the soft footfalls of night staff, the occasional muffled cry from troubled sleepers. Commissioner Gordon's call had been unusually cryptic. A routine prisoner transfer had gone wrong, but the details were sparse. Now, as Batman surveyed the scene, the truth was becoming clear. The transfer hadn't simply failed, it had been carefully orchestrated from within. "We're missing 6 staff members," Captain Miles Thorne explained, his voice low and steady despite the circumstances. The Arkham Guard captain was a veteran, his weathered face showing little emotion as he handed Batman the security footage. "And Harvey Dent is no longer in his cell." Batman studied the footage silently. The camera showed Two-Face being escorted down a corridor, then a momentary flicker in the lights. When the image stabilized, both the prisoner and his escorts had vanished. No signs of struggle, no alarms triggered. "Knew the blind spots," Batman observed, "and he had help." Captain Thorne nodded grimly. "That's what concerns me. This wasn't an escape, it was an inside job. The missing staff, I've had suspicions about some of them for months. Unexplained budget discrepancies, inmates reporting special treatment available for the right price." Rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows as Batman processed this information. Two-Face hadn't escaped Arkham, he was still somewhere inside, and he had taken his court with him, which meant he was preparing to hold a trial. "There's something else you should know," Thorne added, hesitation evident in his voice. "Dr. Meridian is among the missing. She's new, only been working with Dent for 3 months. Brilliant psychiatrist, but perhaps too idealistic for this place." Dr. Victoria Meridian's file showed a promising young psychiatrist who specialized in identity disorders. Her notes on Harvey Dent's case were meticulous, tracking moments when the Harvey personality seemed ascendant over Two-Face. She believed in redemption, a dangerous belief in Arkham. "Show me the old building plans," Batman said, turning from the Rain Street windows. "Arkham wasn't always a psychiatric hospital. Before that, it was a courthouse and jail," Thorne finished, spreading yellowed blueprints across the desk. "Original construction, 1840s. Most of the old courthouse infrastructure was sealed off during the conversion in the 1920s. Batman's gloved finger traced along the faded lines of the blueprint. Not sealed off, repurposed. The old courtroom became the main therapy hall. Holding cells became patient rooms, but the judges' chambers, the jury room, the underground access tunnels, were walled up, Thorne said. Supposedly, the Arkham Guard captain had been at the facility for 15 years. He knew its secrets, its whispered histories, the rumors passed between guards during long night shifts. If anyone could help Batman navigate Arkham's forgotten spaces, it was Thorn. Two-Face would be drawn to symbolism, Batman continued. The duality of the building itself, justice and treatment, punishment and rehabilitation. If he's holding his own court, he'd want the proper setting. Thorn's weathered face showed a flicker of realization. The South Wing renovation last year. The contractors found an old passage that wasn't on the modern plans. Administration ordered it sealed up again, but not everyone follows orders in Arkham, Batman finished, not when there's profit involved. Outside, lightning illuminated the asylum grounds, casting harsh white light through the windows that momentarily banished all shadows. In that brief flash, Batman could see determination hardening in Captain Thorne's eyes. This wasn't just about recapturing an escaped inmate. This was about confronting the corruption that had taken root in Arkham's walls. "I'll need to move quietly," Batman said. "If Two-Face realizes we're onto him, the hostages will be at risk." Thorne nodded grimly. "I can give you an hour before I have to alert the full response team. After that, protocol demands we lock down and call in GCPD SWAT. An hour would have to be enough." Batman knew that once SWAT teams entered the equation, the delicate psychological balance would shatter. Harvey Dent might be reached through careful negotiation, but Two-Face would see armed police as just another corrupt system to be judged by his coin. "One more thing," Thorne said as Batman prepared to leave. Dr. Meridian believed she was making progress with Dent. Real progress. Her last report mentioned moments where Harvey was present without Two-Face's knowledge, where he was fighting to regain control. This information gave Batman pause. In all his encounters with Two-Face, he had never stopped believing that Harvey Dent still existed somewhere in that divided mind. If Dr. Meridian had found a way to reach him, that might explain why she was taken, Batman said. She wasn't just a hostage, she was a threat to Two-Face's control. With that thought lingering in the air, Batman disappeared into the shadowed corridor, leaving Captain Thorne alone with the rain-spattered windows and the weight of Arkham's secrets. The oldest sections of Arkham Asylum breathed differently. Batman could feel it as he moved through narrow maintenance passages that hadn't seen human presence in decades. The modern facility's mechanical hum faded, replaced by the subtle creaking of ancient timbers and the whisper of air through forgotten spaces. His cowl's night vision painted the world in shades of green, revealing cobwebs and rat nests, discarded tools from renovations long past, and occasionally carved initials of workers who had moved through these hidden arteries of the building. The history of Arkham was written in these secret spaces, layers of modification and abandonment, each generation building upon the last without fully understanding what came before. Batten paused at a junction where the passageway split. To the left, modern conduit carried electrical lines installed during the 1970s renovation. To the right, the passage descended into older construction, the walls changing from concrete to hand-laid brick. He chose the right path, moving deeper into Arkham's past. The passage ended at a bricked-up doorway, but recent disturbance was evident. Mortar dust littered the floor, and several bricks had been carefully removed and then replaced, not well enough to fool trained eyes. Batman removed them silently, creating an opening just large enough to pass through. Beyond lay a space that time had forgotten. The old courthouse annex spread before him, its grandeur faded but still impressive. Ornate woodwork framed high ceilings, and tarnished brass fixtures hung like sleeping bats. But what caught Batman's attention were the changes. Recent changes. Someone had restored power to this section. Dim lights created pools of illumination amid the shadows, highlighting key areas: the judge's bench, the witness stand, the jury box. The layers of dust had been disturbed, paths swept clean across the floor, and on the walls, newly installed, or perhaps unearthed from storage, the symbols of justice: scales, blindfolded statues, and the Gotham City seal from a bygone era. Two-Face had not just found this place, he had resurrected it. Batman moved silently along the balcony overlooking the courtroom floor. From this vantage, he could see doorways leading to what would have been the jury deliberation room and the judge's chambers. Both stood slightly ajar, soft light spilling from within. And from one came voices, a woman's measured tones, too quiet to distinguish words, followed by the unmistakable rasp of Harvey Dent's damaged vocal cords. Positioning himself above the chamber entrance, Batman activated his cowl's enhanced audio. "Can't sustain this, Harvey." Dr. Meridian's voice, professional even in captivity. "You know that staging these trials will only end with you back in a cell. Is that what you want?" "What I want," Two-Face's laugh was hollow. "What either of us wants stopped mattering the day Maroni threw acid in our face. Now there is only justice, pure justice, uncorrupted by politics or money or influence." "The coin, you mean?" Dr. Meridian's tone remained level, therapeutic. "Random chance isn't justice, Harvey. You know that better than anyone. You spent your career fighting for true justice." A moment of silence, then the familiar sound of a coin flipping, spinning through the air, caught with a sharp slap against flesh. "The coin doesn't lie," Two-Face growled. "The coin doesn't take bribes or play favorites. The coin is fair in a way no human can be." Batman could hear Dr. Meridian shifting position, perhaps leaning closer to her patient. "Is that why you've brought these people here? To submit them to the coin's judgment? They've escaped human justice." The voice changed subtly, still raspy from the damaged vocal cords, but different in cadence and intensity. "Harvey, not Two-Face. I've seen the evidence, Victoria. Medications skimming, taking bribes to falsify patient reports, even selling access to certain inmates for the right price." Another shift back to Two-Face's harder tones. "They've hidden behind Arkham's walls, behind bureaucracy, behind the corruption that infects every level of this city. And you appointed yourself judge, jury, and executioner. Not a question, but a statement, a therapeutic technique to establish boundaries." Batman heard the distinctive sound of Two-Face's coin being flipped again, but this time not caught loud to clatter onto what sounded like a desk surface. "Not executioner," Two-Face said quietly. "The coin decides. We only carry out its verdict." Dr. Meridian's sigh was almost inaudible. "When will the trials begin?" "They already have. Warden Flores has been judged." The coin spoke. "He lives but will carry a reminder of his crimes." Batman tensed at this revelation. Moving silently, he shifted position to see through the partially open door. Inside what had once been the judge's chambers, Dr. Meridian sat in a straight-backed chair, her posture composed despite the circumstances. Across from her, Harvey Dent stood with his back to the door, his distinctive suit half immaculate, half disheveled, mirroring the division of his face. And on a small cot against the wall, a figure lay motionless. Warden Flores, his face bandaged on one side. The reminder Two-Face had mentioned. Batman withdrew before he could be noticed, processing what he'd learned. The situation was more complex than a simple hostage scenario. Two-Face was conducting what he genuinely believed to be legitimate trials, exposing corruption that might otherwise remain hidden. And Dr. Meridian seemed to be walking a delicate line, neither fully cooperating nor directly opposing him, but maintaining a therapeutic relationship that kept the Harvey personality accessible. Moving back toward the main courtroom, Batman noticed details he'd missed in his initial survey. 5 doors along one wall, the old holding cells, now repurposed. From one came the sound of muffled sobbing, the remaining hostages awaiting their trials. The complexity of the situation demanded a careful approach. A direct confrontation with Two-Face might satisfy justice in the simplest sense, but it would do nothing to address the corruption that had allowed this situation to develop. Batman needed more information, and there was one person here who might provide it. Dr. Victoria Meridian showed no surprise when Batman appeared silently in the chamber after Two-Face had left to prepare for the next trial. She merely turned from where she'd been checking Warden Flores's vital signs, and regarded the shadowed figure with clinical interest. "I wondered when you'd make your presence known," she said quietly. "Captain Thorne called you, I assume?" Batman moved to examine Flores without responding. The warden's injury was severe but not life-threatening. Acid burns on exactly half his face, a grotesque mirror of Two-Face's own disfigurement. Primitive justice, but precise in its application. "He'll need medical attention soon," Batman finally said. "But he'll survive." Dr. Meridian nodded. Harvey was methodical. He diluted the acid just enough to ensure permanent scarring without risking death. The warden confessed to accepting bribes to transfer certain patients to less restrictive wards. "And you?" Batman turned his full attention to the psychiatrist. "Are you a hostage or an accomplice, Dr. Meridian?" The question didn't seem to offend her. She considered it with professional detachment. "I'm a doctor trying to reach a patient in crisis. Harvey doesn't see me as a hostage. He believes I'm here to witness justice being done, to validate it, perhaps. And the others, the staff members he's detained? All guilty according to the evidence Harvey collected. And before you ask, yes, I've seen it. Records, video footage, bank transactions. He was building his case for months." She hesitated, conflict visible in her expression. "The corruption is real, Batman. That's what makes this so complicated." Batman absorbed this information in silence. The rain continued its steady rhythm on the high windows of the forgotten courthouse, punctuating the quiet conversation. Harvey believes he's finishing what he started as district attorney. Dr. Meridian continued, "Exposing corruption, bringing consequences to those who believe themselves above the law. A coin flip determining the severity of punishment," Batman noted. "That's not justice. That's chance masquerading as fairness." Dr. Meridian's expression showed a flash of frustration. "Of course it's not real justice. It's the manifestation of a divided psyche trying to make sense of an unjust world. But dismissing it entirely means losing the connection to the Harvey personality, the part of him that genuinely wants to do good." Batman moved to the window, looking out at the rain-swept grounds of Arkham. The asylum's security lights created islands of harsh brightness in the darkness, but between them lay shadows deep enough to hide any number of secrets. "Tell me about your treatment approach," he said, turning back to Dr. Meridian. "Thorne mentioned you were making progress." A careful nod. "I've been working on integration rather than suppression. Previous doctors tried to eliminate the Two-Face personality, which only drove Harvey deeper into division. I've been acknowledging both sides, helping him see that justice doesn't have to be binary, that the human capacity for nuance is a strength, not a weakness." And it was working? Yes. Until 3 days ago, when Harvey discovered evidence that Warden Flores had been selling access to certain high-profile inmates, including him. Her professional composure cracked slightly. Someone's been paying to observe him, Batman, like an exhibit in a zoo. When he learned that, Two-Face reasserted complete control, the pieces fell into place. Harvey Dent's progress toward integration had been deliberately sabotaged by the very people entrusted with his care. The betrayal had triggered not just a relapse, but a calculated response, using the hidden courthouse to enact the justice that Harvey believed the system had failed to provide. The next trial begins in 30 minutes, Dr. Meridian said quietly. Chief of Security Blackwell. His crimes are substantial. Two-Face will not be merciful, regardless of the coin's verdict. Batman made his decision. I need access to Harvey's evidence. If what you're saying is true, these crimes can't be swept away, coin justice or not. Dr. Meridian pointed to an antique filing cabinet in the corner. Everything's there. Harvey is nothing if not methodical. She hesitated, then added, What will you do? What Harvey Dent would do, Batman replied. Ensure justice is served, real justice, not chance. But first, I need to make sure no one else gets hurt. Outside the chamber, the forgotten courthouse waited in shadow and dim light, ready to fulfill its original purpose after decades of abandonment. In the holding cells, the accused awaited their judgment, and somewhere in the building, Two-Face prepared to continue his twisted version of the work Harvey Dent had once championed. The rain fell steadily on Arkham Asylum, washing away nothing. Chief of Security Roland Blackwell was a large man, his Arkham uniform stretched tight across his substantial frame. Even bound to the witness chair in the center of the courtroom, he maintained an air of authority, the ingrained confidence of someone accustomed to wielding power over others. But his eyes betrayed him. They darted constantly around the courtroom, seeking escape routes, calculating odds, weighing options. They were the eyes of a predator suddenly finding himself prey. Two-Face stood behind the judge's bench, the contrast between his pristine and ruined sides heightened by the theatrical lighting he had arranged. The scales of justice sat before him, slightly tilted, whether by accident or design was unclear. His coin rested on the bench, temporary still in its moment of potential. Dr. Meridian sat to one side, her notebook open but untouched. Her role as observer had been carefully maintained throughout, allowing her to remain present without becoming complicit. In the jury box, Warden Flores sat with his face half-bandaged, a living warning of the consequences at stake. And in the shadows of the balcony, Batman watched and waited. The evidence he had reviewed in Harvey's files was damning, not just against Blackwell, but against a system that had allowed corruption to flourish within Arkham's walls. Whatever happened here tonight, things could not return to the status quo. Roland Blackwell, Two-Face began, his damaged voice echoing in the high-ceilinged room. You stand accused of multiple crimes against the inmates under your care, and against the principles of justice itself. Blackwell's attempt at defiance came out as nervousness. This is ridiculous, Dent. You're an inmate, not a judge. When we get out of here, Two-Face interrupted. You will either be facing legitimate charges for your crimes, or you will have faced our justice. The choice was yours, long before tonight. You chose to sell access to vulnerable inmates. You chose to falsify security reports. You chose to allow contraband into a facility meant to rehabilitate the mentally ill. Batman could see Harvey emerging in those words, the passionate district attorney who had once been Gotham's White Knight, fighting for those who couldn't fight for themselves. But the scales on the bench, the ever-present coin, the hostages, these were Two-Face's methods, not Harvey's. Blackwell's bravado crumbled further. Look, Harvey, Mr. Dent, there were circumstances you don't understand. Pressures from administration, budget cuts. We understand circumstances better than most. Two-Face growled, gesturing to his scarred face. We understand how one moment can change everything. The question is not why you did these things, but whether you deserve punishment for them. The coin appeared in his hand as if by magic, catching the dim light as he turned it between his fingers. The coin will decide. Heads, you face traditional justice. We turn over the evidence. You go through the system. Tails, he didn't need to finish the threat. As Two-Face prepared to flip the coin, Batman made his move, not toward the judge's bench, but toward the jury box. In one fluid motion, he cut Warden Flores's restraints and pulled him to his feet. The distraction was momentary, but effective. Two-Face's attention snapped toward the movement, the coin momentarily forgotten in his hand. Batman, he snarled, come to defend corruption again? To preserve a broken system? No, Harvey, Batman said calmly. I've come to make sure justice is served properly. Your evidence is compelling, your methods are not. Two-Face's laugh was bitter. Methods. The system you believe in so much allowed these people to prey on the vulnerable for years. My methods get result. Your methods rely on chance, Batman countered, moving slowly around the courtroom's perimeter, drawing Two-Face's attention away from Blackwell and Flores. The Harvey Dent I knew fought for true justice. Justice based on evidence, on law, on human judgment. Human judgment is flawed, Two-Face snapped, but there was uncertainty in his voice, Harvey responding to the appeal to his former self. Dr. Meridian spoke for the first time, her voice calm and measured. Batman's right, Harvey. What you've discovered here deserves real justice, the kind you once fought for, the kind that creates lasting change, not momentary satisfaction. Two-Face's hand tightened around the coin, his divided face showing the internal struggle as Harvey fought for control. They deserve punishment, he insisted, but the hard edge had left his voice. They deserve consequences, Batman agreed, but determined by more than the flip of a coin. For a moment, the courtroom was silent, save for the distant patter of rain and the nervous breathing of Blackwell, still bound in the witness chair. Then, with deliberate slowness, Two-Face placed the coin back on the bench beside the scales of justice. The evidence, he said, nodding toward the files. Everything is documented. Transactions, times, witnesses. Batman approached the bench, maintaining eye contact with Two-Face. I've reviewed it. It's thorough. It would stand up in court. Something shifted in Two-Face's demeanor, a subtle change in posture, in focus. Harvey was closer to the surface now. They were selling access to patience, treating us like exhibits. Even Crane, even Isley, even... I know, Bachman said quietly, and they will answer for it. You have my word, Harvey. Dr. Meridian moved to stand beside Batman. This can be a moment of integration, Harvey. Two-Face found the evidence, felt the righteous anger, but Harvey Dent can ensure justice is properly served. Both sides of yourself working together towards something better than vengeance. The internal struggle was visible on Two-Face's divided features, the scarred side twitching with tension. the unmarred side showing a vulnerability rarely seen. His hand moved toward the coin again, but stopped halfway. "And what happens to me?" he asked finally. "Back to Arkham? Back to being observed and studied and betrayed?" "Reform," Batman said firmly. "Real reform. Your evidence doesn't just implicate individuals, it exposes systemic failures. That gives us leverage to demand changes in how Arkham is run, how patients are treated." Lightning flashed outside, momentarily flooding the courtroom with harsh white light. In that instant, decision solidified in Two-Face's expression. "Take them," he said, gesturing to Blackwell and the other detained staff members. "Take the evidence, make it count." Batman nodded, understanding the trust being extended, fragile trust that could shatter if betrayed. "And you?" Two-Face's laugh held no humor. "Where else would I go? Arkham is home now. But perhaps it can become what it was meant to be. A place of healing, not just containment." Dr. Meridian stepped forward. "I'd like to continue our work, Harvey. If you're willing." The moment stretched, balanced on a knife's edge of possibility. Then, slowly, Two-Face nodded. Not surrender, but choice. Perhaps the first real choice the divided man had made without deferring to the coin in years. Dawn broke over Arkham Asylum, pale light filtering through the rain clouds that had emptied themselves through the night. In the administration wing, Captain Thorne reviewed the evidence files with grim satisfaction, occasionally glancing at the bound forms of Warden Flores, Chief Blackwell, and the other implicated staff. "Gordon's on his way," he informed Batman, "along with agents from the district attorney's office. This goes beyond Arkham. Some of these transactions connect to organized crime figures using the asylum to gather information on rivals." Batman stood by the window, watching as the morning shift of guards and medical staff arrived, unaware of how much had changed overnight. "The reforms we discussed. Make sure they're implemented, not just promised." Thorne nodded firmly. "You have my word. And with these criminals removed, I'll have the authority to make real changes." He hesitated, then added, "What about Dr. Meridian? She stays as Dent's primary psychiatrist. Her approach was working until this corruption undermined it. She deserves the chance to continue." As if summoned by the mention of her name, Dr. Meridian appeared in the doorway, looking tired but composed. "He's back in his cell," she reported. "Voluntarily. Two-Face is quieter now. Harvey is more present." "Integration," Batman observed. "Not suppression." She nodded. "He used both aspects of himself last night. Two-Face's righteous anger, Harvey's methodical legal mind. That's progress, even if the circumstances were extreme." Outside, police vehicles began arriving, their lights flashing silently in the early morning mist. Justice was coming for those who had corrupted Arkham from within. Real justice, based on evidence and law, not the flip of a coin. "He asked me to give you something," Dr. Meridian said, extending her hand toward Batman. On her palm rested Two-Face's coin. "He said he won't need it for our next session." Batman looked at the coin without taking it, the physical manifestation of Two-Face's divided nature, his surrender to chance rather than choice. "Keep it," he said finally. "Lock it away, but let him know it exists, that letting go of it is his choice, one he can revisit or reaffirm in his own time." Dr. Meridian closed her fingers around the coin, understanding the psychological significance of what Batman was suggesting. Not forced integration. The Harvey Dent I knew always believed in choice, Batman said. In free will, in human judgment, flawed as it might be. Perhaps that's the part of him that's finding its way back. As Gordon's car pulled through the asylum gates, Batman prepared to depart. The night's work was done, one small corner of Gotham's corruption exposed and excised. But his mind was already turning to the larger implications, the connections between Arkham's corruption and the criminal networks that had exploited it. "Asked one more thing," Dr. Meridian said as Batman turned to leave. "He asked if you still believe in Harvey Dent." Batman paused, the question hanging in the air between them. Outside, the rain had stopped, and weak sunlight was beginning to break through the clouds, creating patterns of light and shadow across Arkham's Gothic architecture. "I never stopped," he said finally, and was gone, leaving Dr. Meridian holding a two-headed coin in the gradually brightening room, a small symbol of how even the most divided soul might find its way toward wholeness, one choice at a time. The ancient courthouse hidden within Arkham's walls would be sealed again, returned to darkness and memory. But the justice it had briefly housed would continue in the light, reminding Gotham that systems could be corrupted, but also healed, that even the most divided nature contained the capacity for integration, for balance, for choice. And in his cell, Harvey Dent watched the sunrise through barred windows, feeling something he hadn't experienced in years. The quiet that comes when both sides of a divided self find, at least for a moment, a common purpose. Not harmony, not yet, but the first fragile notes of what harmony might someday become. Outside Arkham's walls, Batman disappeared into the brightening day, carrying with him the knowledge that sometimes justice and healing followed the same path, and that even in Gotham's darkest corners, the possibility of redemption remained, waiting for those with the courage to choose it. And while Harvey Dent began his fragile journey toward wholeness in the quiet dawn, another tale was taking shape in Gotham's forgotten corners. For in this city, where fear and justice intertwine like vines in an untended garden, one man's healing often coincides with another's descent. Tonight, we follow Batman into the realm of terror itself, as the master of fear begins his most insidious work. The night grows long as we enter our next story, Scarecrow, Harvest of Whispers. The fog rolled across the cornfields surrounding Arkham Outreach Facility like a living thing, its tendrils reaching between stalks, caressing the weathered wood of old barns repurposed as laboratories. Autumn had painted the landscape in muted golds and browns, the harvest moon hanging low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the research compound. Batman stood motionless atop the highest building, his cape settled around him, watching as scientists and staff moved between structures. Their breath formed small clouds in the cool evening air, visible briefly before dissipating into the mist. From his vantage point, they looked like ghosts drifting through a forgotten world. 3 days ago, an anonymous message had reached the Batcave, a series of disjointed sentences, clinical observations about fear responses, and a plea for help. The origin had been traced to this remote facility, established 2 years prior as Arkham Asylum's Progressive Therapeutic Research Center, focused on treating phobias and anxiety disorders through controlled exposure. According to official reports, their work was promising. According to the desperate message, something had gone terribly wrong. Batman's cowl sensors detected trace chemicals in the fog. Nothing immediately dangerous, but compounds he recognized from previous encounters with Jonathan Crane's work. Subtle, deluded, almost undetectable. Not enough to trigger full-blown terror, but sufficient to enhance existing anxieties, to make shadows seem deeper, silence more oppressive, and whispered conversations more sinister. Perfect conditions for gathering data on fear responses, perfect conditions for the Scarecrow's research. Movement below caught Batman's attention, Dr. Elena Winters, the facility's lead researcher, exiting the main laboratory with an armful of files. Her stride was hurried, her gaze darting between buildings as though expecting something to emerge from the mist. Batman had reviewed her background extensively. Brilliant neuroscientist, pioneer in anxiety treatment, true believer in the healing potential of controlled fear exposure. Now she moved like someone trapped in one of her own experiments. The soft crackle of his communicator interrupted his observations. "Sir," Alfred's voice was clear despite the distance. "I've completed the analysis of staff changes at the facility. Dr. Jonathan Crane was brought in as a consultant 3 months ago, specializing in phobia response patterns." "Under what name?" Batman asked, already suspecting the answer. "Dr. Joseph Crowley. The credentials appear legitimate. He created quite a thorough false identity. Expertise in therapeutic applications of controlled anxiety induction. Hiding in plain sight," Batman murmured. "Using a legitimate research facility to gather data and test new compounds. There's more, sir. 6 patients from Arkham's anxiety disorder ward were transferred to the facility 1 month ago. Their treatment records show marked improvement in phobia response, at least on paper. Willing test subjects," Batman said grimly, "or unwilling ones who don't remember consenting." He watched as Dr. Winters disappeared into the administration building, her silhouette visible briefly through frosted windows before the fog swallowed all detail. "I'm going to need a way in that doesn't attract attention," Batman said, scanning the compound. "Crane would recognize me immediately, and if he's been dosing the staff with mild fear toxin, my appearance could trigger a panic response. Perhaps Bruce Wayne could be of assistance," Alfred suggested. "Wayne Enterprises does provide significant funding to Arkham's research initiatives. A philanthropist's surprise visit to check on his investment wouldn't raise eyebrows." Batman considered the suggestion. Bruce Wayne would have access other investigators wouldn't. Could ask questions that would seem natural coming from a major donor. But if Crane was present, he might recognize the connection. Too risky, he decided. But there is another approach. The facility requisitioned additional storage equipment last week, scheduled for delivery tonight. The supply truck will give me the access I need. Below, workers were preparing to receive the evening delivery, setting up a loading area near the largest barn. Batman moved silently across the rooftop, his form briefly visible against the harvest moon, before disappearing into shadow once more. The night's investigation had begun. The interior of the old barn retained little of its agricultural origins. Steel and glass had transformed the space into a modern laboratory, though wooden beams still crossed the high ceiling, and the walls occasionally creaked as though remembering their former purpose. The scent of hay and earth had been replaced by antiseptic and ozone, but something of the original building's character remained, something that couldn't be erased by technology or renovation. Batman moved silently among the storage crates, having separated from the delivery he'd used as cover. The laboratory was empty of people at this hour, but not of activity. Computers hummed, monitoring equipment beeped softly, and ventilation systems pushed air through the space with a gentle whoosh that almost masked his movements. The setup was impressive, more advanced than the facility's public funding could explain. Private investors, perhaps, or resources diverted from other projects. Batman examined workstations as he passed, noting the meticulous organization, the careful labeling, the attention to scientific protocol. This wasn't the chaotic workspace of a madman. This was methodical, precise research, which made it all the more disturbing. He stopped at a locked cabinet with a biometric security panel. The technology was top of the line, but security systems were only as effective as the people who used them. A quick scan revealed fingerprint residue on specific areas of the panel. Using equipment from his utility belt, Batman created a temporary duplicate of the most likely print pattern and applied it to the sensor. The cabinet opened with a soft click, revealing rows of carefully labeled vials. Each contained a slightly different compound, modifications of Crane's fear toxin formula, diluted, refined, altered to produce specific effects rather than generalized terror. "My God," whispered a voice from the doorway. "You're really here." Batman turned slowly, deliberately non-threatening, to face a young man in a lab coat who stood frozen in the entrance. Early 20s, hands shaking slightly, dark circles under wide eyes, signs of sleep deprivation and chronic stress. "Michael Chen," Batman said, recalling the staff files he'd reviewed. "Research intern. You sent the message." The young man's shoulders sagged in visible relief. "I wasn't sure it would reach you, or if you'd believe it." He glanced nervously over his shoulder. "We don't have much time. Dr. Crane, whatever his name is, he'll be making his rounds soon. Tell me what's happening here," Batman said, closing the cabinet quietly. Michael moved further into the lab, still checking behind him as though expecting pursuit. "It started small," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Unusual test results, patients reporting symptoms that didn't match their diagnosis. Staff members becoming paranoid, jumpy." He ran a hand through already disheveled hair. "I thought I was imagining things at first, we all did. That's the brilliant part. When everyone's slightly afraid, slightly paranoid, no one trusts their own perceptions." "The fog," Batman suggested. "He's been introducing trace amounts of fear toxin into the environment." Michael nodded. "The ventilation system too. It's subtle. Not enough to cause hallucinations or panic attacks, just enough to heighten things, make everything feel slightly wrong." He moved to one of the workstations, fingers flying across the keyboard to access files. "But that's just preparation. The real research happens in the therapy sessions." The screen filled with clinical data, heart rates, cortisol levels, brain activity patterns from test subjects exposed to various stimuli. The results were organized with scientific precision, correlating specific chemical compounds with particular fear responses. "Dr. Winters doesn't see it," Michael continued. "She believes in what we're doing here, using controlled exposure to help people overcome their fears. But Crane is collecting data for something else entirely. Something," he struggled for the right word, "targeted." Batman reviewed the data with growing concern. Unlike Crane's previous work, which focused on triggering generalized terror, these experiments were cataloging exact chemical formulations to induce specific fears: heights, darkness, confinement, social rejection, abandonment. A precision approach to fear induction. "Where are the test subjects now?" Batman asked. "In the residential building." "They're not prisoners, exactly. They volunteered for experimental treatment, and on paper they're showing improvement. In reality," Michael trailed off. "They're being conditioned," Batman finished. "Their fear responses are being mapped and categorized." A sound from outside, footsteps approaching the laboratory, made Michael freeze mid-nod. "That's him," he whispered. "I need to look busy, normal. You should." But Batman was already gone, melted into the shadows among the ceiling beams, a darker presence among the aged wood. The laboratory door opened, and Dr. Joseph Crowley entered. Jonathan Crane, without his scarecrow mask, but unmistakable nonetheless. Tall, slender, moving with academic precision, he carried himself with the confidence of someone completely in control of his environment. His eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses missed nothing as they scanned the room. "Ah, Mr. Chen," he said, his voice pleasant but carrying undertones that raised hackles. "Working late again? Such dedication." Michael managed a nervous smile, his fear visible but easily attributable to a junior researcher facing a demanding superior. "Just organizing the latest test results, Dr. Crowley. The patient response patterns from Group C were particularly interesting." "Indeed." Crane approached, standing too close to the young intern, invading his personal space in a way calculated to increase discomfort. "And tell me, have you been experiencing any unusual sensations yourself? Heightened awareness? Moments of inexplicable dread? I do worry about the hours you've been keeping." From his position above, Batman could see Michael's hand trembling slightly on the computer mouse. "Nothing unusual, sir. Just normal research stress." Crane smiled, the expression not reaching his eyes. "Good, good. We must all maintain optimal cognitive function." He glanced around the laboratory, gaze lingering briefly on the cabinet Batman had accessed moments earlier. "I thought I heard voices as I approached. Were you speaking with someone?" "Just myself, sir," Michael said quickly. "Talking through the data correlations helps me organize my thoughts." For a moment, Crane seemed skeptical. He moved through the laboratory, checking equipment, running a finger along countertops as though testing for dust, a professor inspecting a student's work. When he reached the storage area where Batman had entered, he paused, head tilted as though listening for something just beyond normal hearing. "The autumn air plays tricks," he said finally, turning back to Michael. "The wind through the old buildings, the shifting of settling structures. Sometimes it almost sounds like whispers, doesn't it? Like the corn itself is speaking." His thin smile returned. "A fascinating phenomenon, how the mind strives to create meaning from ambient noise, to transform the random into the significant. Fear sharpens this tendency, you know, makes patterns emerge from chaos." Michael nodded too quickly. "Very interesting, sir." "Yes." Crane's gaze swept the ceiling beams, passing over Batman's position without pause. "Well, don't stay too late, Mr. Chen. Dr. Winters has scheduled an important demonstration for our Arkham liaison tomorrow. We need everyone at their best." With a final lingering look around the laboratory, he departed, footsteps fading into the silence. Only when the sound had completely disappeared did Michael release a shuddering breath. "He knows," he whispered. "Not about you specifically, but he knows something isn't right. He can sense it. Somehow." Batman descended silently from his hiding place. "What demonstration is planned for tomorrow?" "Dr. Winters is showcasing our progress for Dr. Phillips from Arkham's board. She believes we're on the verge of a breakthrough in phobia treatment." Michael looked up with haunted eyes. "But Crane has been making modifications to the primary compound all week. Whatever happens tomorrow, it won't be what Dr. Winters is expecting." Outside, the fog continued its slow dance through the cornfields, and somewhere in the distance, something that might have been wind or might have been a voice moaned softly through the night. Dawn brought little clarity to the research compound. The fog had thickened overnight, transforming the space between buildings into a grey limbo where shadows moved and distances became deceptive. The corn surrounding the facility rustled continuously, stirred by a breeze too gentle to disperse the mist. Dr. Elena Winters stood by the window of her office, watching staff members appear and disappear in the fog as they moved between buildings. Something about their movements seemed off, too cautious, too quick between points of safety, like small animals crossing open ground under a hawk's gaze. Beautiful, isn't it? Said a voice behind her. The way fear changes human behavior at a fundamental level. She didn't turn. She'd known Jonathan Crane was there, though she couldn't have said how. Some change in the air pressure, perhaps, or a subliminal cue her conscious mind couldn't identify. "How long have you been experimenting on us?" she asked, her voice steady despite the circumstances. Crane moved to stand beside her, both of them looking out at the fog-shrouded compound. "From the beginning," he said with academic detachment, "though the real work only started once I had gained your trust. You were so eager to believe in the therapeutic potential of controlled fear exposure, so convinced that facing our terrors can make us stronger. It can," she insisted. "The research is sound. The early results were exactly what I needed to continue my work," he interrupted gently. "Your therapeutic goals provided perfect cover for my data collection, a mutually beneficial arrangement, though you didn't realize your role." Elena finally turned to face him. Jonathan Crane looked the same as he had yesterday and all the days before. The respected colleague, the brilliant researcher who had brought new insight to her project. But now she saw what should have been obvious from the start: the clinical detachment in his eyes, the complete absence of empathy beneath his professional demeanor. "The board representative will be here in an hour," she said. "Whatever you're planning is already in motion," Crane finished for her. "And you're going to help me, just as you've been helping me all along. The demonstration will proceed exactly as scheduled. You will showcase the remarkable progress our subjects have made in overcoming their specific phobias. And if I refuse?" Crane smiled, the expression academic rather than threatening. "You won't. The compound you've been exposed to over these past months has created certain susceptibilities, certain patterns of response that I can trigger at will." From his pocket he produced a small atomizer, a more concentrated version of what you've been breathing. Not enough to cause hallucinations or panic, but sufficient to make the idea of defying me uncomfortable. Eleanor felt her heart rate increasing, a cold sweat forming despite the office's carefully regulated temperature. "The subjects," she managed to say. "What have you done to them?" "Nothing they didn't agree to," Crane replied. "They came seeking freedom from fear. I'm simply giving them a different kind of freedom, a controlled relationship with specific terrors, precision-tuned and catalogued for future application." Through the window, Elena could see the Arkham liaison's car approaching the main gate, a dark shape emerging from the fog, like a sea creature surfacing. "I trusted you," she said quietly. "Yes," Crane agreed. "That was your first mistake. Trust is merely fear's absence, you know, an evolutionary blind spot that allows us to function socially despite knowing how dangerous other humans can be." He pocketed the atomizer and straightened his tie. "Now, shall we greet our guest? The next phase of our research awaits." As they left the office, neither noticed the shadow that detached itself from the ceiling corner, a darker patch among the building's many shadows, moving with purpose toward the laboratory where the demonstration would soon begin. The therapeutic observation room had been designed to create a sense of safety and control. Soft lighting, comfortable seating, neutral colors, everything calculated to minimize stress while researchers and subjects worked through controlled exposure therapy. Today, with fog pressing against the windows and an almost subliminal tension humming through the space, these same features seemed artificial, a thin veneer of normality stretched over something fundamentally wrong. Dr. Phillips from the Arkham board sat stiffly in the observer's chair, a portly man whose institutional caution was at war with his desire to report positive results to his superiors. Beside him, Dr. Winters maintained a professional demeanor, despite the fear Batman could see in her eyes. She knew what Crane was now, but was powerless to stop the demonstration without risking everyone present. Behind the one-way glass, a young woman sat in the therapy room, hands folded neatly in her lap. According to the file Batman had reviewed, Eliza Harmon had been transferred from Arkham with severe social anxiety and fear of judgment. The notes reported significant improvement under the facility's experimental treatment protocol. Subject 4 has shown remarkable progress, Dr. Winters was explaining, her voice only slightly strained. Her baseline fear response has decreased by 63% in controlled social scenarios. Dr. Phillips nodded, making notes. And the treatment methodology, still using the graduated exposure approach? With refinements, Crane interjected smoothly, entering the observation room with a tablet in hand. We've developed a precisely calibrated atmospheric enhancer that helps subjects process fear stimuli more effectively. Dr. Winters has been instrumental in perfecting the delivery system. The look that passed between Winters and Crane spoke volumes. Her horror at being implicated, his subtle warning to maintain the charade. Today's demonstration will showcase how specific phobia triggers can be introduced and processed in a controlled environment, Crane continued. Subject 4 previously experienced severe distress when feeling evaluated or judged. Now she can face such situations with minimal anxiety response. Batman watched from his concealed position in the observation room's ceiling vent. The space was cramped, but offered a clear view of both the observers and the therapy room beyond the glass. Michael Chen had provided access codes and facility information during their midnight meeting, painting a disturbing picture of how Crane's research had progressed from theoretical to applied. In the therapy room, Eliza Harmon continued to sit quietly, but Batman noticed subtle changes in her posture, a growing tension, a hyper-awareness of her surroundings. The ventilation system had activated moments after Crane entered, introducing something into the air that was affecting her gradually. We'll begin with a mild stimulus, Crane said, tapping commands into his tablet, a simulated evaluation scenario that would previously have triggered significant distress. On cue, a recording began playing in the therapy room, multiple voices discussing someone's performance, their tone critical but not unkind. Professional evaluation language, the kind used in academic or workplace reviews. Eliza's response was visible but controlled, a straightening of her spine, a slight increase in breathing rate, hands clasping more tightly in her lap. Normal anxiety indicators. Not the severe distress such a scenario would trigger in someone with her diagnosis. Remarkable, Dr. Phillips murmured, making more notes. Previous reports indicated she couldn't even discuss the concept of performance reviews without experiencing panic symptoms. Crane's smile held genuine pleasure, though not for the reasons Phillips assumed. Indeed. And now we'll introduce a more significant trigger. Another tap on the tablet and the recording changed. The voices became more personal, discussing flaws and failings, their tones sharpening from professional critique to social judgment. Under normal circumstances, this would be challenging but manageable for someone making therapeutic progress. What happened instead was subtle but disturbing. Eliza's expression remained calm, but her eyes widened slightly, darting around the room as though tracking movement in empty air. Her breathing accelerated beyond normal anxiety response, and a fine tremor began in her hands. Response is within expected parameters, Crane commented, though Batman could see this wasn't true. Something beyond standard anxiety was happening. Something observable only to those who knew what to look for. Dr. Winters saw it too. I think That's sufficient for today's demonstration, she said quickly. We don't want to undo her progress by pushing too far. Nonsense, Crane countered smoothly. The protocol calls for graduated exposure through multiple trigger levels. Dr. Phillips has come all this way to see the full therapeutic potential. Before Winters could object further, Crane tapped his tablet again. The recording changed once more, but now Batman could hear almost subliminal undertones beneath the voices, modulations designed to enhance fear response, to bypass conscious processing and trigger primal reaction. In the therapy room, Eliza went completely still. Her face remained eerily calm, but tears began streaming silently down her cheeks. She stared fixedly at empty corners of the room, tracking invisible movements with increasing terror. Something's wrong, Dr. Phillips said, leaning forward with concern. She's not responding appropriately to the stimulus. On the contrary, Crane replied, his academic tone slipping, revealing something colder beneath. She's responding exactly as designed. What you're witnessing is fear in its purest form, divorced from its trigger, experienced as an objective phenomenon rather than a subjective threat. Dr. Winters moved toward the door. This needs to stop. She's not... Sit down, Elena, Crane said quietly, producing the atomizer from his pocket. The demonstration is just beginning. It was time to act. Batman had seen enough to understand what Crane had accomplished. Not just a refinement of his fear toxin, but a methodology for conditioning specific responses, for creating subjects who could experience terror without external symptoms, who could be triggered by precise stimuli, weaponized fear, invisibly deployed. As Crane raised the atomizer toward Dr. Winters, Batman dropped from the ceiling vent, landing silently behind him. It's over, Crane, Batman said, his voice low but carrying in the suddenly silent observation room. Crane didn't seem surprised. He turned slowly, his expression shifting from academic detachment to something more animated, more alive. Batman, I wondered when you'd make your appearance. Always the protector, rushing in to save others from their fears. He glanced at his tablet. But I'm afraid you're too late to stop what's already beginning. In the therapy room, Eliza had risen from her chair, still moving with that unnatural calm despite the terror evident in her eyes. She walked to the observation window and placed her hand against the glass, looking directly at them, or rather, through them, at something only she could see. What have you done to her? Batman demanded, advancing on Crane. Merely helped her transcend ordinary fear responses, Crane replied. She and the others are my proof of concept, subjects who can experience extreme terror without external indicators, who can function normally while their minds process carefully calibrated nightmare scenarios. His eyes gleamed with intellectual excitement. Imagine the applications: soldiers who feel fear but don't show it, operatives who can function under extreme stress without betraying themselves, or, conversely, he smiled, targets who experience debilitating terror without visible cause, who cannot be helped because no one believes their suffering is real. Dr. Phillips had backed against the wall, finally understanding what kind of research the facility had actually been conducting. Dr. Winters looked ill, the full implications of her unwitting collaboration dawning on her. Batman moved faster than Crane anticipated, knocking the atomizer from his hand and pinning him against the control panel. "The antidote," he growled. "No." Crane laughed, the sound holding genuine amusement. "There is no antidote, Batman. That's the beauty of the conditioning approach. These aren't temporary chemical effects, they're learned responses, new neural pathways. You can't simply administer a counteragent and undo months of precisely calibrated fear exposure. Through the glass, Elisa continued to stare, her expression placid, while her eyes screamed silent terror. And now the observation room door opened, admitting the other test subjects. 5 individuals moving with the same unnatural calm, their faces composed while their eyes showed the same disconnected horror. "They respond only to me now," Crane said quietly, "to specific command tones embedded in their conditioning. They appear perfectly normal until activated, making them ideal for my next research phase, fear transmission in social settings." Batman tightened his grip on Crane's lab coat. "Reverse it," he demanded. "You built these pathways. You can deconstruct them." "Perhaps," Crane acknowledged. "With time, with the proper methodology. But not here, not now." His gaze flicked to the tablet he'd dropped. "And not before my data is collected." Batman followed his glance, seeing active transmission indicators on the tablet's screen. The demonstration results were being uploaded somewhere off-site, the culmination of months of research being preserved beyond the facility. "The research compound is compromised," Crane continued conversationally, despite Batman's grip. "But the work will continue elsewhere. The data is too valuable to lose, to Arkham, to various government agencies, to private military contractors. Fear is a commodity, Batman, one with almost unlimited applications." Outside, the fog had begun to disperse, revealing police vehicles approaching the main gate, Gordon responding to Batman's earlier alert. But inside the observation room, time seemed suspended in a moment of perfect, terrible understanding between Batman and the architect of this quiet nightmare. "You'll be going back to Arkham," Batman said, "as a patient, not a consultant." Crane smiled serenely. "For a time, but my work is in the world now, spreading like spores on the wind. You may contain me, but never the fear I've harvested." He glanced at the silent, staring test subjects. "They are my whispers, Batman, my legacy. Living testimonials to the perfect marriage of fear and function." As Gordon's team secured the facility and Crane was taken into custody, Batman turned his attention to the victims, the test subjects. Dr. Winters, the staff who had been unknowingly exposed to months of low-level fear toxin. Their road back would be long and uncertain, their minds rewired by Crane's methodical work. Michael Chen approached as Batman was helping Eliza to a waiting ambulance, her calm facade finally cracking to reveal the terror beneath. "Can they be helped?" the young intern asked quietly. Batman watched as medical teams attended to the other subjects, their professional demeanor hiding their own horror at what had been done. "Yes," he said finally. "Not quickly, not easily. But there are treatments, specialists who understand how to address conditioned responses." He turned to face Michael. "Your evidence will be crucial both for prosecution and for developing therapeutic countermeasures." The morning sun had finally broken through, burning away the last of the fog to reveal the research compound in its entirety. A collection of old and new structures surrounded by harvested cornfields, ordinary in the daylight but forever changed by what had occurred within its boundaries. Dr. Winters approached, looking exhausted but resolved. "I wanted to help people overcome their fears," she said, watching as Crane was placed in a secure transport vehicle. "I never imagined he exploited your good intentions," Batman said. "But your research wasn't wrong, just perverted to serve his purposes. The principles of exposure therapy are sound. They can be reclaimed." She looked unconvinced. How can I ever trust my work again? How can I be sure I'm not causing harm? Batman had no easy answer. The line between helping people face their fears and exploiting those same fears was delicate. A boundary Crane had deliberately obscured and crossed. The question remained, could fear ever truly be harnessed for healing? Or would its power inevitably corrupt those who sought to wield it? As the facility was secured and evidence collected, Batman prepared to depart. The immediate danger was contained, but the echoes would continue, in the victim's ongoing recovery, in the data Crane had transmitted to unknown recipients, in the questions raised about the ethical boundaries of fear research. Gordon approached as Batman was studying the tablet recovered from the observation room, its screen still showing transmission completion indicators. "We'll track the data," the commissioner promised. "Try to contain whatever he sent." Batman nodded, though both men knew such efforts might be only partially successful. Ideas, once released, were difficult to recapture, especially ideas as seductive as weaponized fear, invisible terror, precisely targeted anxiety. "The patients will need specialized care," Batman said. "Not at Arkham. Somewhere without associations." Gordon understood. Wayne Foundation might have suggestions for appropriate facilities, he noted, the hint clear but deniable. With a final look at the research compound, its purpose corrupted, its promise tarnished, Batman left the scene to Gordon's capable management. The physical evidence would be catalogued, Crane's methods documented, his victims treated with all the resources modern psychiatry could provide. But as Batman moved through the cornfields surrounding the facility, he couldn't shake the image of Eliza Harmon's eyes, calm on the surface, screaming underneath. Crane's new methodology represented something more insidious than his previous work. Fear that hid itself, terror that wore a mask of normalcy, anxiety that couldn't be seen and therefore couldn't be addressed. The ultimate harvest of whispers, silent screams that only the sufferer could hear. The sun continued to rise over the research compound, washing everything in clear autumn light. The fog had dispersed completely, leaving no visible trace of the fear that had been cultivated so carefully in those isolated buildings. But Batman knew that some clouds lingered beyond sight, in minds carefully conditioned, in data transmitted to unknown recipients, in the very concept Crane had developed. Fear as a precision tool, terror as a subtle weapon, anxiety as an invisible chain. As he returned to the Batcave to analyze what data they had recovered, Batman carried with him the weight of this understanding, and the knowledge that somewhere, the whispers Crane had harvested continued to spread, quiet as corn silk rustling in an autumn breeze, patient as seeds waiting for spring. And while the whispers of fear faded into the autumn breeze, a different kind of madness was taking shape across Gotham. For in this city of endless shadows, terror and laughter often walk hand in hand, their boundaries blurred like paint on a rain-soaked canvas. Tonight, we follow Batman into a world of color and chaos, where the line between comedy and tragedy disappears in the twisted dance of two souls bound by something darker than love. Our next tale awaits in the shadows of a Joker and Harley Quinn painted night. Moonlight spilled through the high windows of Arkham Asylum, painting silver rectangles across the worn linoleum floors. The day shift had departed hours ago, leaving the facility in that strange liminal state that existed between the structured activities of daytime and the uneasy quiet of deep night. In this twilight realm of reduced staff and dimmed lighting, subtle changes could occur unnoticed. A security camera that pivoted slightly away from its assigned zone, A door that should have been locked, standing minutely ajar. A shadow moving with purpose rather than simply existing. Batman stood motionless in the administrative wing, listening to the building's nocturnal pulse, the distant hum of generators, the soft electronic beeps of monitoring equipment, the occasional muffled laugh or cry from the patient quarters. The message that had brought him here had been cryptic but unmistakable. Something was happening within Arkham's walls, something that required his particular attention. Third unexplained incident this week, said the night shift security supervisor, Officer Ray Martinez, his voice kept deliberately low. Files gone missing from the administrator's office, equipment rearranged in the recreational therapy room, and this morning, all the clocks in the East Wing were set exactly 17 minutes fast. Pranks, Batman observed, though his tone suggested he understood there was more to it. Martinez nodded, glancing nervously at the shadowed corridor behind them. That's what administration is calling them, but there's a pattern. And rumors. He hesitated, then continued more quietly. Some of the staff are saying it's not just mischief, that someone's sending a message, that they've found information, things about the board members, about some of the practices here. Blackmail, Batman said, making the connection. Nothing explicit yet, Martinez clarified. Just implications, notes left where certain people will find them, whispers that files exist, documenting things that wouldn't look good if made public. Batman studied the security officer carefully. Martinez was a 15-year veteran of Arkham, his face bearing the particular weathered quality that came from long exposure to the asylum's unique stresses. He was a good man by all accounts, one of the few staff members who treated patients with consistent dignity, regardless of their notorious histories. You have a theory about who's behind it, Batman said. Not a question, but an invitation. Martinez's eyes flicked toward the high security wing, then back. The incident started 3 weeks ago, right after Dr. Castillo approved new recreational privileges for certain patients who demonstrated improved behavioral compliance, including limited supervised access to the occupational therapy facilities. The implication was clear. Batman's mind immediately called up the relevant files. Joker and Harley Quinn had both been granted these privileges following a period of what their treatment notes described as remarkable behavioral improvement. Joker attending group therapy sessions without disruption, Harley completing a series of psychiatric evaluations that showed significant progress in recognizing destructive relationship patterns. All too convenient in retrospect. Dr. Castillo is working late tonight, Martinez continued. In his office, going through personnel files, he said, looking increasingly nervous each day. Another hesitation. There's something else. One of the night nurses found this slipped under the medication room door. He handed Batman a playing card. Not one of Joker's customary calling cards, but a standard playing card that had been modified. The Queen of Hearts had been carefully repainted, her traditional appearance transformed into a crude but recognizable Harley Quinn, complete with red and black motif. On the reverse side, a single line of text in flowing script. Tonight's the night the files take flight. Who knows about this? Batman asked, studying the card under the dim corridor lighting. Just me and Nurse Chen, Martinez replied. We thought it best to keep it quiet until you arrived. If it's really them, if they're planning something tonight, the last thing we need is staff panic. Batman nodded his agreement. The situation required delicacy. If Joker and Harley were orchestrating some kind of elaborate prank with blackmail undertones, confronting them directly might escalate matters, give Joker the audience and chaos he craved. Better to intercept their plan quietly, minimize the disruption, prevent whatever they had planned without turning it into the spectacle Joker undoubtedly desired. "I need access to the security system," Batman said, "and the location of Dr. Castile's office." Martinez led him to a small monitoring station tucked away in a corner of the administrative wing. "We can see most of the facility from here without being observed ourselves," he explained, entering his security code to activate the screens. "Dr. Castillo is here." He pointed to a video feed showing a middle-aged man with thinning hair hunched over a desk piled with folders. "Main administration, second floor, and the high-security recreation area is here." He indicated another screen showing a large room with tables, chairs, and various activity stations, currently empty. Batman scanned the monitors, taking in the normal patterns of the asylum's night routine. Nothing seemed immediately amiss, but his instincts told him Martinez was right. Something was building. The modified playing card wasn't just a taunt, it was an announcement. The question was, what exactly were Joker and Harley planning to do with whatever information they had acquired? "I'll need to move through the facility unobserved," Batman said, "even by most of the security staff." Martinez understood. "The fewer people who know you're here, the better. I can adjust the camera rotations to create blind spots in your path." He hesitated, then asked the question that had clearly been troubling him. "If they really do have compromising information about the board or the administration, what happens then?" It was a fair question, one that highlighted the moral complexity of the situation. If Arkham's leadership was indeed involved in unethical practices, that needed to be addressed, but not through the chaos Joker would inevitably create if given the chance. "First, we secure any evidence," Batman replied. "Then we determine its legitimacy. Justice requires truth, even when that truth is uncomfortable." Martinez nodded, seeming reassured. He turned to the security monitors and began adjusting settings. "I've created a clear path to Dr. Castillo's office, but be careful. Someone's been tampering with our systems." Cameras freeze for a few seconds, then resume without showing what happened during the gap. Door sensors report secure when they've been opened. "Someone with technical expertise," Batman observed, "or inside help." "We've had some new hires in security," Martinez admitted. "One of them, Jensen, seems a little too interested in certain patients. Asks questions about Joker and Quinn that go beyond professional curiosity. Another piece of the puzzle." Batman filed the information away as he prepared to move through the facility. "Keep monitoring. Alert me to any unusual activity, but maintain normal security protocols. We don't want to tip our hand." With that, he disappeared into the shadowed corridor, becoming part of Arkham's nighttime anatomy, another secret moving through its troubled heart. Dr. Emilio Castillo's office reflected its occupant, meticulously organized on the surface, but with an underlying sense of barely contained disorder. Files were stacked in precise columns, but their contents bulged against folder constraints. The desk was clear except for the work currently in progress, yet the drawers, visible through small gaps, revealed haphazard contents. The administrator himself sat hunched over personnel files, his face illuminated by his desk lamp's yellow glow, casting dramatic shadows that accentuated his evident exhaustion. Every few minutes he would glance at his office door, then at the air vent near the ceiling, as though expecting something or someone to emerge. Batman observed silently from the darkened anteroom adjacent to the main office. Dr. Costello's behavior confirmed Martinez's assessment. The man was afraid, anticipating some kind of revelation or confrontation. The question was whether his fear stemmed from guilt or merely from the unpredictable nature of Joker's potential actions. A soft sound from the corridor outside, barely perceptible, but distinct to Batman's trained hearing. the whisper of rubber-soled shoes moving with careful precision. A pause at the security keypad, then the subtle click of the outer door's electronic lock disengaging. Batman melted deeper into the shadows as the anteroom door opened, admitting a figure in an Arkham security uniform. Even in the dim light, the guard's face was recognizable from Martinez's description. Jensen, the new hire with the unusual interest in certain patients. The guard moved with the cautious deliberation of someone trying to appear casual while being anything but, his eyes darting between the closed inner office door and the security camera in the corner. Jensen positioned himself near Dr. Castillo's office, not entering but clearly waiting for something. From his utility belt he removed what appeared to be a standard security radio, but when he adjusted a dial on its side, a soft, almost musical tone emanated from it, just once. A signal. The office's air conditioning vent shifted slightly, the movement so subtle it would have been missed by anyone not specifically watching for it. Then, with surprising grace for someone navigating a confined space, Harley Quinn emerged from the vent, dropping silently to the floor in a crouched position. She was dressed not in her usual Harlequin outfit, but in a modified Arkham patient uniform that had been customized with subtle red and black details. Her face lacked its customary white makeup, though her eyes were still accentuated with dark shadow, giving her a theatrical, masquerade-like appearance. "Right on time, sugar," she whispered to Jensen, who responded with a nervous smile. "Puddin' says you're the reliable sort. Good to know some of the new guys can follow simple instructions." Jensen's reply was barely audible. Is he here too?" Harley's laugh was a soft, controlled version of her usual cackle. "Mr. J's got his own part to play tonight. Don't you worry your pretty little head about it." She patted Jensen's cheek in a gesture halfway between affection and condescension. "Now be a good boy and keep watch, just like we planned." As Jensen positioned himself to monitor the corridor, Harley turned her attention to Dr. Castillo's office door. From her pocket, she produced what appeared to be a homemade lockpick, fashioned from materials that would have been available in the occupational therapy room. A paperclip, a small piece of metal that might have come from a stapler, all wrapped with colorful thread to create a handle. Batman tensed, preparing to intervene, but held his position. There was more happening here than a simple break-in. The coordination, the inside help, the specific targeting of Dr. Castillo all pointed to a plan more complex than mere mischief. Understanding the full scope of that plan would be crucial. Harley worked the makeshift lockpick with surprising skill, her movements betraying professional training that predated her transformation into the Joker's accomplice. Dr. Harleen Quinzel had been a legitimate psychiatrist before her fall, intelligent, capable, precise. Those qualities hadn't disappeared, they'd merely been redirected into chaotic channels. The lock clicked softly, and Harley eased the door open just enough to peek inside. Dr. Castillo was still at his desk, back now turned to the door as he accessed a filing cabinet. With a wink thrown back at Jensen, Harley slipped into the office, moving with the silent precision of a performer accustomed to commanding attention only when she chose to. Batman followed, a shadow detaching from deeper shadows, leaving the oblivious Jensen standing guard against threats coming from entirely the wrong direction. Inside the office, Harley had positioned herself behind Dr. Castillo, watching him with an almost clinical interest as he sorted through files. The administrator remained unaware of her presence, muttering to himself as he pulled folders, examined contents, occasionally removing papers and placing them in a separate stack. "What you looking for, Doc?" Harley finally asked, her voice pitched to a conversational tone. that nonetheless made Castello jump violently, scattering papers across his desk. "Quinn," he gasped, spinning to face her. "How did you... You're supposed to be in your cell." Harley perched casually on the edge of his desk, examining her nails as though they were having a scheduled therapy session. "Supposed to be, sure, but tonight's special. Mr. J and I are putting on a little show, you might say." She glanced at the scattered papers. "Those wouldn't happen to be the special files, would they? The ones about all those extra payments? The ones about patient experience access program?" The color drained from Castillo's face. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Sure you do," Harley replied, her tone still light but with an edge creeping in. "The program where rich folks pay extra to peek at the famous inmates, like we're animals in a zoo." Her smile remained fixed, but something flickered behind her eyes, a glimpse of genuine hurt, quickly masked. "Mr. J and I have been the main attraction, haven't we? The star exhibits." Batman observed from the deep shadow of the open door, pieces clicking into place. The patient experience access program explained much. The outside visitors Martinez had mentioned, the compromising information Joker and Harley had apparently discovered. If true, it represented a serious ethics violation, possibly even criminal misconduct. Castillo's expression confirmed Harley's accusations before he could formulate a denial. "It wasn't my idea," he said, attempting to regain his authority but failing. "The board implemented it. A revenue enhancement initiative. Selected visitors, all signing confidentiality agreements. Nothing inappropriate." "Nothing inappropriate?" Harley's laugh held no humor. "Selling peeks at the super criminals like we're sideshow freaks? Making bank off our crazy?" She leaned closer to Castillo, who pressed back in his chair. "Mr. J thought you might say something like that. That's why he's making his own arrangements tonight, to make sure everyone gets the show they paid for." The implied threat hung in the air, made more ominous by its lack of specificity. Batman stepped forward, no longer concealing his presence. "That's enough, Harley." Both Harley and Castile started at his appearance, though Harley's surprise quickly transformed into a theatrical pout. "Aw, Bats, you're early. You're supposed to be following Mr. Ye's breadcrumb trail right now. We had it all timed out and everything." "Where is he?" Batman demanded, moving further into the office. "What's he planning?" Harley just smiled, swinging her legs childishly from her perch on the desk. "It's a surprise, silly. Can't have a good show without a surprise." Dr. Castile had recovered enough to attempt regaining control of the situation. "This is outrageous, Quinn. You'll lose all your privileges for this escape, and these wild accusations are accurate," Batman interrupted. "The evidence is on your desk, Doctor. The patient experience access program is a serious breach of ethics, possibly illegal depending on what information was shared." Castillo deflated visibly, his momentary bravado collapsing. "It wasn't my decision," he repeated weakly. "The facility needs funding. The board insisted it could be managed discreetly." "And that makes it okay?" Harley asked, her voice shifting briefly into a more clinical tone, Dr. Quinzel momentarily surfacing. "Exploiting psychiatric patients for entertainment." As quickly as it appeared, the professional affect vanished, replaced by her usual animated mannerisms. "Anyways, that's why Mr. J decided you all needed a taste of your own medicine. A little performance art, Joker style." Batman moved closer, his attention divided between Harley and the increasingly nervous administrator. "What has he done, Harley?" She grinned, clearly enjoying the moment. "Nothing permanent. Just a little redecoration in the visitor center. Some special welcome gifts for tomorrow's VIP guests, and maybe..." She checked an imaginary watch. Right about now, a facility-wide broadcast to share the juicy details of the patient experience program with every staffer and inmate. Mr. RJ does love an audience. As if on cue, the office intercom crackled to life, and the unmistakable voice of the Joker filled the room, his tone modulated to a mockery of formal announcement. Good evening, Arkham Asylum. This is your resident entertainment director with an important public service announcement. For those dedicated professionals working the night shift, and those colorful personalities currently enjoying our hospitality, I thought you might like to know about a special program you haven't been invited to participate in. It seems that for the right price, certain privileged individuals have been enjoying private viewings of Arkham's most interesting residents. Dr. Castillo lunged for the intercom button, but Harley blocked him with surprising strength. She admonished. The show's just starting. Batman was already moving, but not toward Harley or the intercom. Instead, he activated his communicator. Martinez, locate the source of the facility-wide broadcast. Security office? Negative, Martinez's voice came back, tight with tension. We're locked out of the system. Signals coming from the old visitors center in the West Wing. That area was supposed to be sealed during renovations. Not as sealed as you thought, Batman replied, already heading for the door. To Harley, he simply said, This isn't the way to address the wrong that was done to you. Something flickered across her face, a moment of uncertainty, perhaps even clarity. Maybe not, she admitted, but it sure is more fun than filing an ethics complaint. Her grin returned. Better hurry, Bats. Puddin's got the files, and he's just dying to share them with everyone. Batman left her there, calculating that Joker's broadcast represented the more immediate threat. Martinez would send security to secure Harley and Castillo, though given Jensen's complicity, Batman made a mental note to advise Martinez to select his team carefully. As he moved swiftly through Arkham's corridors toward the West Wing, the Joker's voice continued to echo through the facility, the cheerful tone making his revelations all the more disturbing. That's right, folks, for months now, Arkham's board members have been selling tickets to see us in our natural habitat. Premium packages include close-up views of therapy sessions. Deluxe options feature exclusive access to patient records, all without our knowledge or consent, of course, but tonight that changes. Tonight, we become the curators of this little museum of madness. Batman could hear the growing response throughout the facility. Staff members emerging from offices, confused voices asking questions, and from the patient wings, the beginnings of agitated reactions. If allowed to continue, Joker's broadcast could incite a full-scale riot. Exactly the chaos he thrived on. The West Wing Visitors Center had been closed for renovation, its outdated facilities being updated to accommodate modern security needs. Now, as Batman approached through maintenance corridors to avoid the increasingly disturbed staff in the main hallways, he could see light spilling from beneath the center's double doors, light that shifted and changed colors, suggesting some kind of improvised stage lighting. Joker had turned the space into a performance venue. The question was, what kind of show was he planning, and who was his intended audience? Batman paused at the maintenance entrance to the visitors center, listening, assessing. Joker's broadcast continued, but now included the sounds of papers being shuffled. Oh my, these records are simply fascinating. Did you know that Board Chairman Wilson paid extra to observe art therapy sessions? Seems he has a particular interest in watching Pamela Isley work with plants. And look here, Director Firmwood requested special access to Nigma's puzzle therapy. Collecting ideas for your corporate team-building exercises, Director. The revelations continued, each one specifically designed to enrage the inmates mentioned. Joker wasn't just exposing the patient experience program, he was deliberately inciting targeted outrage among Arkham's most dangerous residents. Batman entered the visitor's center silently, taking in the scene with a quick, comprehensive glance. Joker had transformed the space into a mockery of a television studio, complete with improvised lighting rigged from construction lamps left by the renovation crew. He sat behind a desk made from stacked shipping crates, wearing a jacket that appeared to have been constructed from an Arkham administrator's blazer, modified with colorful patches. Before him on the desk lay scattered files, their contents displayed like a television host's interview notes. Most concerningly, he had somehow accessed the facility's closed-circuit television system. A bank of monitors behind him showed various areas of Arkham: patient corridors, staff areas, security checkpoints, allowing him to observe the growing disruption his broadcast was causing. And directly facing him, propped on tripods constructed from chair legs and IV stands, were 3 video cameras, their red recording lights glowing steadily. "Live to all of Arkham," Joker announced, gesturing grandly toward the cameras. "And soon to be live to all of Gotham, once our technical difficulties are resolved. The truth about Arkham's sideline business, broadcast for everyone to see. Tonight's entertainment is sponsored by hypocrisy, greed, and the letter J." Batman analyzed the setup, noting the cables running from the cameras to a central control box, likely the broadcast hub Joker was using to commandeer Arkham's communication system. Disabling that would be the fastest way to end the immediate threat of his broadcast. But before Batman could move, Joker looked directly at the maintenance entrance, his painted smile widening. "Ah, and here's our special guest, right on schedule. Come in, Batman. The viewers at home will be so disappointed if they miss your appearance." There was no point in stealth now. Batman stepped into the improvised studio, keeping his movements measured, non-threatening. Escalation would only feed into Joker's desire for spectacle. "It's over, Joker," he said, his voice calm but carrying authority. "You've made your point about the patient experience program. Now it's time to end this before people get hurt." Joker's laugh echoed through the facility's intercom system. "Made my point? Oh, I'm just getting started. The grand finale is still to come." He gestured to the monitors behind him, where security feeds showed growing unrest in the patient wings. "The natives are getting restless, Batman. All those dangerous lunatics, finding out they've been treated like zoo animals. Why, who knows what might happen?" Batman continued his careful approach, analyzing possible angles of attack that would minimize the chance of Joker triggering some pre-planned escalation. "The staff who authorized this will face consequences," he said. "Legal consequences through proper channels, not whatever chaos you're trying to create." "Proper channels?" Joker's expression shifted to theatrical disappointment. How predictably dreary. Always the straight man, never understanding the punchline. He leaned forward, shuffling through the files on his makeshift desk. "Did you know they kept special notes on you too? Observations about your visits, predictions about when you might appear, even a pricing structure for visitors who wanted to be present during a potential Batman sighting." He held up a paper with Arkham's letterhead. "Premium Batman Experience Package, only $20,000. The revelation was meant to anger him, to make him lose focus. Batman didn't take the bait. Instead, he asked the one question designed to redirect Joker's attention. "Where's Harley, Joker? Did you leave her behind as a diversion?" It worked. Joker's expression flickered briefly, genuine concern breaking through the theatrical facade. "Harley? Why, she should be joining us any moment. assuming she finished her part of tonight's performance. He glanced at the monitors, scanning the security feeds with an intensity that belied his casual tone. Batman pressed the momentary advantage. She's been recaptured. Whatever you were planning together, it's falling apart. Joker's laugh didn't quite hit its usual manic note. Always trying to spoil the fun, aren't you? But tonight's show must go on. He pressed a button on the desk, and the monitors behind him switched to a single image. The main administrative entrance to Arkham, where several news vans were now visible, their satellite dishes extending upward. I sent out some special invitations, Joker explained, his smile returning to full wattage. Gotham's finest journalists arriving just in time for the main event, the complete exposure of Arkham's dirty little secret. Once my broadcast breaks through the facility firewall to the outside world, there's no putting this genie back in the bottle. Batman saw the true threat now. It wasn't just about inciting unrest within Arkham, it was about creating a public spectacle that would destroy the institution's credibility, possibly leading to its closure or dramatic restructuring. While the patient experience program deserved exposure, Joker's method would create collateral damage affecting every patient and staff member, disrupting treatment and potentially releasing dangerous individuals back into Gotham. They won't be able to keep the doors open after this, Joker continued, watching Batman's expression for signs his point had landed. Not with the lawsuits, the investigations, the public outrage. Arkham will be finished, and all its residents will need new accommodations. Can Blackgate hold us all? Will some slip through the cracks in the transition? So many possibilities. Batman had heard enough. He moved with sudden, decisive speed, targeting not Joker but the broadcast equipment. A precisely thrown batarang severed the main cable connecting the control box to Arkham's communication system, while a second disabled the power supply to the improvised studio lights. Joker's broadcast cut off mid-laugh, plunging the facility intercom into blessed silence. The studio lights flickered and died, leaving only the glow of the monitors illuminating the scene. "Party pooper," Joker pouted, though his eyes remained alert, calculating. "But you're too late. The seeds of chaos are already planted. The staff know, the patients know, and look," he gestured to the monitors showing the news vans. "The press has arrived, hungry for a juicy scandal. The show will go on, with or without my narration." Batman approached the desk, maintaining a careful distance, close enough to act if needed, far enough to react to any sudden movements. "You're right about one thing. The patient experience program needs to be exposed and ended, but not like this, not as part of your performance." "Everything's a performance, Batman," Joker replied, his tone shifting to something almost philosophical. "Life, justice, morality, just roles we play on whatever stage we find ourselves. Some of us just happen to be more honest about the costume." From the corridor outside came the sound of approaching security personnel, Martinez presumably, with officers he trusted. Batman needed to contain the situation before their arrival potentially complicated matters. "It's finished, Joker. Whatever chaos you hope to create tonight, it stops now." Joker leaned back in his chair, studying Batman with a curious expression, almost like a therapist observing a patient. "Does it? Let me ask you something, Batman. When you leave here tonight, after you've locked me back in my cell and restored order to this dreary institution, what happens to the files?" He gestured to the documents scattered across the desk. "What happens to the truth about how Arkham's finest have been treating us?" It was a fair question, one that Batman had already considered. "The evidence will be secured and provided to the proper authorities. The responsible parties will face consequences." proper authorities, Joker echoed, smiling as though Batman had delivered the punchline to a joke. The same proper authorities who approved the program in the first place? The same justice system that's failed Gotham time and again? He shook his head. You're still not seeing the bigger picture. Sometimes chaos is the only path to true change. Before Batman could respond, the visitor center doors burst open and Martinez entered with a team of security officers, their expressions grim but determined. Control rooms restored, Martinez reported. We've contained the broadcast to internal systems only. The press outside hasn't received any transmissions. Joker's smile dimmed fractionally at this news, but he recovered quickly. The night's still young, and there's always tomorrow's headline, Arkham Asylum, where inmates become entertainment. As security moved to take Joker into custody, Batman gathered the scattered files, ensuring every document was secured. The evidence was damning. Detailed records of the patient experience program, including payments, visitor information, and specific requests regarding which patients observers wanted to view. What about Harley Quinn? Batman asked Martinez. Secured, along with Dr. Castillo, the security chief replied. And we've identified at least 3 staff members who were helping them, including Jensen. Joker, being led away in restraints, called back over his shoulder. Be sure to check on the gift baskets we left for tomorrow's VIP visitors. I think you'll find them truly mind-altering. Martinez looked to Batman, who nodded. Have a team search the visitor reception area. If Joker prepared something for tomorrow's guests, we need to find it before anyone gets hurt. As the improvised studio was secured and Joker was escorted back to the high-security wing, Batman took a final look at the monitors still showing the news vans outside Arkham's gates. The reporters would want answers about their mysterious summons. The story of the patient experience program would eventually emerge, but now it would come through appropriate channels, with proper context and concern for patient welfare, rather than as part of Joker's chaotic performance. Outside in the corridor, Batman encountered a final surprise. Harley Quinn being escorted back to her cell, under heavy guard but apparently compliant. She caught his eye as they passed. Don't look so glum, B-Man, she said, her voice lacking its usual manic energy. The show didn't go exactly as planned, but the reviews will be interesting. Then, more quietly as they moved past each other, some things needed saying, even if Mr. J said them wrong. For a brief moment, Batman glimpsed Dr. Harleen Quinzel behind Harley's facade, the idealistic psychiatrist who had come to Arkham to help people before her own descent into madness. It was a reminder that even in Arkham's most notorious patients, fragments of humanity remained, however deeply buried. By dawn, the immediate crisis had been contained. The files documenting the patient experience program were secured, with copies provided to both Gotham PD and the State Medical Ethics Board. Dr. Castillo and the implicated staff members were suspended pending investigation. The gift baskets Joker had prepared for the next day's visitors, containing a mild version of his laughing gas, triggered to release when opened, had been safely neutralized. Batman stood on the roof of Arkham Asylum as the first light of morning touched the ancient building. Below, the last of the disappointed news vans was departing, having been told only that a security drill had been conducted overnight. The real story would break soon enough, but through proper investigation, rather than Joker's orchestrated chaos. Martinez joined him on the roof, looking exhausted but satisfied. We're reviewing all security protocols, he reported, especially around the occupational therapy areas, where they apparently gathered their materials. Batman nodded. The breach exposed serious problems, not just the patient experience program, but security vulnerabilities, staff complicity, system weaknesses. And yet, Martinez said thoughtfully, in a strange way, the asylum might be better for it. More transparent, more accountable. He shook his head. Not that I'm giving them credit for doing the right thing, even for the wrong reasons. Sometimes, Batman replied, truth emerges from unexpected sources. The challenge is separating it from the chaos that surrounds it. As he prepared to depart, Batman reflected on the night's events. Joker and Harley had indeed put on a performance, one designed not just for maximum disruption, but to highlight a genuine injustice within Arkham's operation. Their methods were wrong, their gleeful embrace of chaos dangerous, but the core issue they had exposed demanded attention. In the growing light, Arkham Asylum seemed somehow smaller, more vulnerable, its Gothic architecture less imposing than when shrouded in darkness. Like all institutions, it was ultimately only as good or as flawed as the people who ran it, capable of both healing and harm, sometimes simultaneously. The painted night was over, its garish colors fading in the dawn, but its revelations would linger, demanding change from an institution that had lost sight of its purpose, reminding even Batman that justice sometimes wore unexpected faces, and truth could emerge from the most chaotic sources. As he vanished into the morning light, one thought remained. In Gotham, even the darkest nights eventually yielded to dawn, bringing with them the possibility, however fragile, of something better, built upon the ruins of what had failed before. And as the painted chaos of that night faded into memory, another tale was taking root in Gotham's quieter corners. For while some spread discord through laughter and mischief, others work in silence, their influence growing like vines through cracks in the city's foundation. Tonight, we follow Batman into a world where nature reclaims what man has abandoned, where beauty and danger intertwine in the gentle glow of dusk, where the line between salvation and destruction blurs with every unfurling leaf. Our journey continues in Poison Ivy, Seeds of Twilight. The evening mist rose from Arkham Asylum's grounds like ghostly breath, wrapping around the Gothic spires and weathered stone walls, softening their harsh edges. Moonlight filtered through this diaphanous veil, casting everything in a gentle silver glow that belied the facility's troubled history. In this liminal hour between day and night, when the bustle of the day shift faded and the night staff moved quietly through their routines, subtle changes often went unnoticed. It was these subtle changes that had drawn Batman to Arkham tonight. 3 staff members had reported mild respiratory symptoms after working in the asylum's greenhouse. Nothing severe, just lightheadedness, vivid dreams, and an unusual sense of euphoria that lingered for hours after exposure. Medical tests showed no lasting effects, but the pattern was distinctive and familiar. Batman stood at the edge of the asylum's east courtyard, observing the greenhouse that occupied the space. The structure dated back to the 1920s, when Arkham had briefly experimented with therapeutic horticulture. In recent years, it had been largely neglected, used for storage and occasional patient activities, but never fully utilized as originally intended. Now, however, it seemed to pulse with a vitality visible even from a distance. The glass walls were partially obscured by lush foliage that hadn't been there during his last visit, and subtle luminescence glowed from within, suggesting plant life that wasn't entirely natural. 3 more staff reported symptoms today, said Dr. Eleanor Reed, her voice soft but steady as she approached from the administrative building. Nurse Chen was working with patients in the greenhouse therapy program. Dr. Abernathy and Orderly Wilson were just passing through the east corridor. All 3 described the same effects: mild euphoria, enhanced sensory perception, unusually vivid dreams the following night. Batman nodded, acknowledging the information while continuing to study the greenhouse. Dr. Reed was Arkham's newest staff botanist, brought in 6 months ago to revitalize the therapeutic horticulture program. Her academic background was impressive: degrees in botany and psychiatric rehabilitation, published research on biophilic design in healthcare settings. She had also, Batman noted in his background check, been an undergraduate student in the same department, where Dr. Pamela Isley had once conducted her research, though they had never directly worked together. "You believe it's her?" Dr. Reed said, not a question but a statement. "Poison ivy's signature is distinct," Batman replied. "Non-harmful but mind-altering pollen, accelerated plant growth, species that shouldn't thrive in this climate." He turned to face the botanist. "The question is how she's accomplishing this, while supposedly secured in the high-security wing." Dr. Reed's expression showed professional concern rather than fear. "I've reviewed the greenhouse inventory. Several of the plant species we use in therapy show unusual growth patterns and properties that don't match their standard characteristics. Something is changing them at a genetic level." "Show me," Batman said simply. They crossed the courtyard together, their footsteps muffled by the unusual thickness of the grass beneath their feet. Even here, outside the greenhouse itself, the vegetation showed signs of enhancement: richer color, greater density, subtle luminescence at the edges of leaves when they caught the moonlight at certain angles. It was beautiful, in its way, but beauty and danger often grew from the same soil where poison ivy was concerned. The greenhouse interior struck Batman immediately with its humid warmth and rich, earthy scent, like a tropical rainforest rather than a facility in Gotham's temperate climate. Condensation trickled down glass walls now almost completely covered by vines and flowering plants, creating a constant gentle patter like distant rainfall. The lighting was subdued, with most illumination coming from small solar-powered lamps along the pathways and, more strikingly, from the plants themselves. Several species emitted a soft, pulsing bioluminescence in shades of blue and green, creating an otherworldly atmosphere. "We started with standard therapeutic plants," Dr. Reed explained, leading Batman along a narrow path between dense foliage. "Lavender, chamomile, various succulents, simple species that patients could easily care for with calming properties. Then, about 3 weeks ago, we noticed changes: accelerated growth, new flowering patterns, hybridization between species that shouldn't be compatible." She stopped beside what appeared to be a jasmine plant, its white flowers unusually large and glowing faintly in the dim light. "This began releasing a pollen that doesn't match any known variety. Analysis shows compounds similar to those found in previous samples of poison ivy's work. Mild psychoactive properties, but nothing immediately harmful." Batman examined the plant without touching it, noting the unusual vein patterns in the leaves and the way the flowers seemed to turn slightly toward them, as though aware of their presence. His cowl's sensors detected the presence of airborne compounds, though the concentration was low, enough to create the reported effects with prolonged exposure, but not enough to cause immediate symptoms. "The changes started 3 weeks ago," he noted. "Any unusual events around that time? Visitors, new patients, staff changes?" Dr. Reed shook her head. "Nothing significant. Routine operations, standard rotation of..." She paused, reconsidering. "There was one thing. We received a large soil delivery for the therapeutic gardening program. It came through normal channels, proper authorization, all the paperwork in order, but in retrospect, the timing aligns with when we first noticed changes." The detail caught Batman's attention. Soil could contain seeds, spores, even specialized bacteria that might serve as vectors for Ivy's botanical influence. He made a mental note to trace the delivery back to its source. There's more, Dr. Reed continued, leading him deeper into the greenhouse. The changes aren't confined to the greenhouse anymore. We've found unusual growth in the east corridor, around the ventilation systems, even in the small courtyard garden outside the women's minimum security wing. As they moved through the greenhouse, Batman noticed that the paths seemed to narrow and widen in a rhythm that wasn't random, almost like a pulse moving through the space. The plants here were more diverse, less recognizable as standard species. Vines with gentle translucent thorns climbed structural supports, flowers that resembled orchids but with more complex petal arrangements turned to track their movement. Moss with a texture like velvet covered the ground in patches that seemed to expand and contract subtly, as though breathing. The spread pattern suggests intention, Batman observed. A deliberate path from the greenhouse towards specific areas of the asylum. Dr. Reed nodded, her professional demeanor tinged now with both concern and reluctant admiration. That's what worries me. These plants aren't just growing, they're being guided, and if we follow the path they're creating... She hesitated. Believed to poison Ivy's cell, Batman finished for her. The botanist's confirmation was unnecessary. The pattern was clear now, a botanical network spreading through Arkham, with Pamela Isley at its center. Not an escape attempt, at least not in the conventional sense. Something more subtle, more gradual, more characteristic of Ivy's approach to reshaping the world. Dr. Reed, Batman said, his tone measured. I need to see Ivy's cell. The temperature seemed to drop slightly as they left the greenhouse, though the night remained unusually warm for the season. Batman noticed how Dr. Reed instinctively touched a leaf on a climbing vine as they exited, a gesture somewhere between scientific curiosity and something more personal, a connection to the living things under her care, even those that had been altered beyond their natural state. They crossed the courtyard toward the main building, Batman studying the grounds with heightened attention. Now that he knew what to look for, the signs of Ivy's influence were everywhere. The unnatural thickness of the grass, the way certain plants oriented themselves as they passed, the subtle shimmer of pollen in the air when moonlight struck at particular angles. Inside the main building, the atmosphere shifted from natural humility to institutional sterility, though even here, subtle changes were apparent. Small ferns had established themselves in corners where the stone met the floor, their fronds more vibrant than their species should display. Moss grew in delicate patterns along the baseboards, spelling out what might have been words in a botanical language known only to Ivy herself. The ventilation system connects the greenhouse to all major sections of the asylum, Dr. Reed explained as they walked. It was designed to bring fresh air throughout the facility. If pollen or spores entered the system, demon would spread throughout Arkham, Batman concluded, carrying whatever influences Ivy encoded in them. They passed a nurse's station where Nurse Sarah Chen was reviewing patient charts. She looked up as they approached, her expression brightening with recognition. Dr. Reed, I was just coming to find you. The patients from today's greenhouse therapy session are showing remarkable improvements. Jackson's anxiety levels have dropped to the lowest we've recorded, and Martinez is communicating verbally for the first time in months. Dr. Reed exchanged a significant look with Batman before responding. That's encouraging, Sarah, but we need to temporarily suspend the greenhouse program until we've completed some testing. Nurse Chen's enthusiasm dimmed noticeably, but the results we're seeing may not be entirely natural, Dr. Reed said gently. We need to ensure the safety of both patients and staff. Chen glanced between them, understanding dawning. This is about the symptoms some staff have reported? I admit I felt a bit lightheaded after yesterday's session, but it wasn't unpleasant. Actually, it was the first time in years I didn't have a tension headache after a shift. Batman noted the nurse's words, not just the content but the almost wistful tone. It matched reports from other affected staff. No one described the experience negatively. That was Ivy's subtlety at work, creating effects that felt beneficial, desirable even, making people less likely to question or resist what was happening. We're investigating, Batman said simply. Until we understand exactly what's causing these changes, caution is necessary. Nurse Chen nodded reluctantly and returned to her charts, but not before Batman noticed her glancing toward a small potted plant on her desk. A succulent that seemed to glow faintly in the fluorescent lighting, its leaves patterned with veins that pulsed with gentle rhythm. They continued toward the high-security wing, passing more signs of Ivy's botanical influence, trailing vines that had established themselves along ceiling corners, flowers growing from cracks in the ancient stonework, the subtle sweetness in the air that suggested airborne pollen. All beautiful, all seemingly harmless, and all completely controlled by a woman who viewed humanity as a blight on the natural world. The high-security wing presented a stark contrast to the increasingly verdant corridors they had passed through. Here, sterile conditions were strictly maintained, sealed air systems, regular chemical cleaning, monitoring for any biological contaminants. Or at least, that was the protocol. As they approached Poison Ivy's cell, Batman noticed fine tendrils of moss growing along the seams where wall met floor, delicate but unmistakable. Dr. Albertson, the wing's supervising psychiatrist, met them at the security checkpoint. "We've been expecting you," he said, his manner professional but strained. "Dr. Isley has been a model patient, cooperative, engaged in therapy, no incidents since her last evaluation, but the botanical anomalies suggest otherwise," Batman finished for him. The doctor nodded. "Her cell is regularly inspected for any plant material. Nothing has been found, not even microscopic spores. Yet somehow," he gestured to the moss growing along the corridor, trailing toward her cell like a green welcome mat. "She doesn't need physical contact anymore," Batman said. "Her connection to the green has evolved." Both doctors looked at him questioningly. "The green," he explained, "is what she calls the interconnected consciousness of all plant life. For years, she needed direct contact to influence plants. Now, it seems, her reach has extended. Distance is no longer a barrier." The implications hung in the air between them. If Ivy could affect plant life throughout Arkham without physical contact, what were the limits of her power? How far could her influence spread? They approached her cell, a specially designed space with controlled light, temperature, and humidity. Unlike other high-section patients, Ivy wasn't kept in darkness or uncomfortable conditions. Studies had shown that such deprivation only increased her hostility and power when she eventually escaped. Instead, her cell was maintained with optimal human conditions, pleasant but not ideal for plant growth. Or so they had thought. Through the reinforced observation window, they could see Pamela Isley sitting cross-legged on her bed, eyes closed in what appeared to be meditation. Around her, subtle evidence of her influence. The standard-issue cotton blanket showed hints of green, as though threads were transforming into fine vines. The concrete floor had a faint, mossy patina and a perfect circle around her bed. The air itself seemed different within her cell, somehow greener, thicker with life. The Dr. Isolé, Dr. Albertson spoke through the intercom. "You have visitors." Ivy opened her eyes slowly, a smile spreading across her face as she saw who stood at her door. "Batman," she said, her voice as rich and fluid as sap rising in spring. "I was wondering when you'd notice my little garden project." Batman studied her carefully. She appeared physically unchanged, no signs of the increased chlorophyll content in her skin that typically accompanied her more aggressive phases. This was Ivy in her most human aspect, which in some ways made her more dangerous. When her skin turned vibrant green and her powers manifested visibly, her intentions were clear. This more subtle version could be easily underestimated. "Your influence is spreading throughout Arkham," Batman said, direct as always. "The greenhouse, the corridors, even the ventilation system." Ivy's smile remained serene. "Is that an accusation or an observation? I haven't left this cell in months. As Dr. Albertson can attest, I've been a model patient." "You haven't physically left," Batman acknowledged, "but your influence has. The pollen, the altered plant species, the effects on staff, they all bear your signature." She uncrossed her legs and stood, moving to the window with a grace that seemed almost liquid. "The plants were already here, Batman. I simply encourage them to reach their full potential, to grow beyond the limitations imposed on them." Her green eyes flicked briefly to Dr. Reed. "A fellow botanist should appreciate that." Dr. Reed met her gaze steadily. "I appreciate ethical research with informed parameters, Dr. Isley. Whatever you're doing is affecting people without their knowledge or consent. Affecting them positively," Ivy countered. "Reduced anxiety, increased sensory appreciation, better sleep, connection to the natural world that humans have lost in their concrete cages." She placed a hand against the window. "I'm bringing life to a place dedicated to containing it. Where's the harm in that?" Batman remained unmoved by her rhetoric. "The harm is in the unknown. Your altered plants are spreading throughout a facility housing vulnerable people. The structural integrity of the building itself could be compromised if root systems continue to expand, and the psychoactive compounds, while mild now, could be precursors to something more potent." For a moment, Ivy's serene expression slipped, revealing a flash of the passionate environmentalist who had existed before her transformation. "Arkham is toxic, Batman, not just metaphorically. The ground beneath this building is contaminated with chemicals from decades of poor waste management. The air circulation is inadequate, creating perfect conditions for mold that affects patients' respiratory systems. Even the water contains trace pharmaceuticals that were improperly disposed of." Her voice intensified without rising in volume. "My plants are healing this place, filtering toxins, improving air quality, creating balance where there was none." The passion in her voice was genuine, Batman knew. That was the complexity of Pamela Isley. Her goals often began with legitimate environmental concerns before evolving into misanthropic extremes. The line between ecological restoration and humanity's elimination grew thin in her mind. "Show me," Batman said simply. Ivy tilted her head, momentarily confused. "Show you what? If your purpose is environmental remediation, prove it. Show me what your plants are doing, how they're helping. If your intentions are as beneficial as you claim, transparency should be no issue." A smile slowly spread across Ivy's face, not her usual contemptuous smirk when dealing with humans, but something more genuine. "A tour of my garden? I thought you'd never ask." She stepped back from the window. "You'll need to let me out of this cell, of course. under whatever security measures make you comfortable." Dr. Albertson immediately began to protest, but Batman raised a hand to silence him. "Special containment protocols," he said. "Limited access to specific areas only. Dr. Reed will accompany us to verify your botanical claims." The arrangements took nearly an hour, specialized restraints designed to limit Ivy's direct contact with plant life, security personnel positioned at strategic points throughout the facility, emergency response teams on standby. Throughout the preparations, Ivy remained calmly cooperative, offering no resistance as the restraints were applied, making no attempt to contact the increasingly visible plant life in the corridors. "You're being unusually accommodating," Batman observed as they prepared to leave the high-security wing. Ivy's smile was enigmatic. "Perhaps I'm simply confident in the truth of my work. Or perhaps..." She glanced toward a small vine that had somehow established itself in the corner of the security checkpoint, its leaves turning subtly as they passed. Their tour began in the main corridor connecting the high secretary wing to the administrative section. Here, Ivy pointed out small ferns growing from cracks in the ancient stonework, their roots extending deep into the mortar. "These aren't just decorative," she explained, her voice taking on a lecturer's tone that hinted at the scientist she had once been. "They're filtering lead out of the building materials. Lead that leaches into the air whenever temperature fluctuations cause the old stone to expand and contract. My varieties accelerate the phytoremediation process, capturing heavy metals and converting them to less harmful compounds." Dr. Reed examined the ferns with professional interest, taking samples for later analysis. "The growth pattern is remarkable," she acknowledged, "but altering existing species creates unknown variables. The ecological implications are managed by me," Ivy interjected. "Every plant here is connected to my consciousness. I control their spread, their reproduction, their evolution. Nothing grows where or how I don't intend it to." They moved to the east corridor, where the botanical presence became more pronounced. Vines with delicate purple flowers covered portions of the ceiling, their tendrils extending toward the ventilation system. The air here was noticeably different, fresher with subtle floral notes that seemed to change as they walked. "Air purification," Ivy said, gesturing to the vines. "These hybrids process carbon dioxide more efficiently than any existing plant species, while releasing oxygen and beneficial phytochemicals that reduce stress and improve cognitive function. They're particularly effective at neutralizing the airborne pharmaceuticals that escape during medication distribution, compounds that have been affecting both patients and staff without anyone realizing it." Batman noticed how the vines seemed to reach toward Ivy as she passed, despite the restraints limiting her direct contact. The connection between her and the plant life she had created transcended physical touch, a development that both impressed and concerned him. Their path continued to the small courtyard outside the women's minimum security wing. Here the transformation was most dramatic. What had once been a sparse green space with a few hardy shrubs had become a lush garden reminiscent of tropical regions. Flowers in impossible colors bloomed despite the season, their petals gently luminescent in the moonlight. The air was thick with life, carrying scents that seemed to change based on who was inhaling them. Batman detected notes of night-blooming jasmine and something deeper, like rich soil after rain. Several patients were visible through the windows overlooking the courtyard, their faces pressed against the glass, expressions showing unusual peace and focus. Nurse Chen stood among them, officially monitoring their behavior, but clearly affected herself by the garden's influence. "My centerpiece," Ivy said, genuine pride in her voice. The soil here contained the highest concentration of toxins, runoff from decades of chemical treatments for the building. These plants aren't just surviving in contaminated earth, they're healing it, converting harmful compounds into nutrients, creating a self-sustaining ecosystem where there was only poison before. She turned to Batman, her eyes reflecting the garden's subtle luminescence. This is what I've been trying to show you for years. Nature doesn't need to destroy humanity to thrive. It can heal what you've damaged, restore what you've corrupted. All that's required is the right guidance. My guidance. Dr. Reed had been taking readings throughout their tour, her specialized equipment measuring air quality, chemical composition, and biological activity. She studied the results with a scientist's careful neutrality. The data supports some of her claims, she told Batman quietly. Toxin levels are significantly reduced in areas with the highest plant concentration. Air quality is improved. Even the psychological effects on patients appear beneficial, at least in the short term. Batman had been conducting his own analysis through his cowl's sensors, reaching similar conclusions. The plants were indeed performing environmental remediation, and the mild psychoactive compounds they released seemed genuinely therapeutic rather than harmful. Yet questions remained about long-term effects, about Ivy's ultimate intentions, about the consequences of allowing her influence to spread unchecked through a facility housing Gotham's most dangerous and vulnerable individuals. Their final stop was the greenhouse itself, now transformed beyond recognition from its original state. What had been a neglected Victorian structure was now a thriving jungle ecosystem, complete with canopy layers, understory growth, and environmental niches supporting incredible biodiversity. The glass walls were barely visible beneath the foliage, and the interior space seemed somehow larger than physically possible, as though the plants had created their own pocket dimension within Arkham's grounds. The three of them stood in a small clearing at the center of this botanical marvel, surrounded by evidence of Ivy's vision and power. Even restrained, she seemed more alive here, her presence stronger, her connection to the surrounding plant life palpable in the way everything leaned subtly toward her. "This is what Arkham could be," she said, her voice blending with the gentle sounds of moving leaves and trickling water. "A place of healing rather than containment, a living system that supports recovery instead of enforcing stagnation." Batman studied her carefully. "And your role in this system? What becomes of Poison Ivy if Arkham transforms according to your vision?" Her smile held genuine amusement. "Still suspicious, Dark Knight? Always looking for the ulterior motive?" She shook her head, causing nearby flowers to mirror the movement in perfect synchronization. "My role would be as it has always been, guardian of the green, protector of the balance between humanity and nature. The difference is that here, in this controlled environment, I could demonstrate what's possible when that balance is properly maintained." It was a compelling vision. Arkham reimagined as a living laboratory for ecological rehabilitation, with carefully managed plant systems providing therapeutic benefits while remediating environmental damage. In theory, it addressed legitimate problems with humane, sustainable solutions. In practice, "Your history makes trust difficult," Batman said simply. "Your methods have evolved, but has your underlying philosophy? Do you still view humanity as a disease requiring control or elimination?" Ivy's expression didn't change, but subtle shifts occurred in the surrounding plants. Leaves turning edge-on to reduce their profile, flowers closing slightly, defensive postures in botanical form. "Some philosophies are rooted in irrefutable truth," she replied. "Humanity is destructive, uncontrolled. Your species will continue to poison the planet until nothing remains. But my approach has matured. Control rather than elimination, guidance rather than destruction." She gestured to the thriving ecosystem around them. What I've created here demonstrates that human environments can be integrated with natural systems. The patients benefit, the staff benefit, even the building itself benefits from the structural support provided by certain root systems. It's a symbiotic relationship, the model I've advocated for years. Dr. Reed had been quiet during this exchange, but now she spoke, her scientific objectivity tempered with ethical concern. The benefits are real, Batman, but so are the risks. These plant systems are entirely dependent on Dr. Isley's consciousness to maintain their balance. If something happened to her, if her control wavered, the consequences could be severe. Ivy inclined her head, acknowledging the point. All pioneering work carries risk, but consider the alternative. Arkham continues as it has, a toxic environment housing damaged people, treating symptoms while ignoring underlying causes. My approach addresses both human and environmental health simultaneously. Batman had seen enough to form his assessment. The situation was complex, as interactions with Ivy often were. Her current work wasn't immediately threatening in the way her past schemes had been. No mass mind control, no elimination of human populations, no violent overthrow of urban infrastructure. Instead, she had created something subtler, potentially more enduring. A demonstration of her philosophical principles in practical application, a living argument for her vision of human-plant symbiosis. The question was whether that vision could be trusted, whether the benefits outweighed the risks, and whether any middle ground existed between Ivy's botanical utopia and Arkham's institutional sterility. Dr. Reed, Batman said finally, with your expertise in both botany and psychiatric care, could you develop a modified program, one that incorporates beneficial aspects of these plant systems while maintaining appropriate safeguards? The botanist considered this carefully. It would require significant modifications, controlled species selection, regular monitoring, limitations on certain growth patterns, and Dr. Isley's cooperation to help transition these existing systems to something more conventional. They both looked to Ivy, whose expression remained unreadable. The plants around her shifted almost imperceptibly, responding to thoughts and emotions invisible to human perception. A compromise, she said finally, the word itself seeming foreign on her lips. You're suggesting I voluntarily scale back what I've created, place limits on my garden's growth and influence. I'm suggesting, Batman countered, a demonstration of your evolved philosophy. If humanity and nature can truly exist in beneficial symbiosis, as you claim, then the process needs to be collaborative, not unilaterally imposed by either side. For a long moment, Ivy was silent, communing with the plant life surrounding them in ways neither Batman nor Dr. Reed could perceive. The greenhouse seemed to breathe with her, the entire ecosystem responding to her internal deliberation. A trial period, she finally proposed, 6 months. Dr. Reed implements her modified program with my advisory input. Certain areas remain under my direct influence as control groups for comparison. Transparent monitoring of all effects, both environmental and human. Her green eyes met Batman's directly. A true scientific study, with data rather than prejudice determining the outcome. It was more reasonable than Batman had expected, a perspective that acknowledged both scientific methodology and the practical concerns he had raised. Whether this represented genuine evolution in Ivy's thinking or simply a tactical adaptation remained to be seen, but the immediate threat of unchecked botanical expansion throughout Arkham could be addressed through this approach. Agreed, he said, with additional security protocols and emergency contingencies in place. Dr. Reed looked between them. the scientist in her clearly intrigued by the research potential despite the obvious risks. "I'll develop a preliminary protocol," she said. "Something that balances the beneficial environmental and therapeutic effects with necessary safety measures." As they prepared to return Ivy to her cell, Batman took a final look at the greenhouse, at once beautiful and unsettling, a glimpse of what the world might become if Ivy's influence spread beyond Arkham's walls. In this controlled environment, her vision had created something with genuine benefits alongside its hazards. The question that remained was whether such balance could be maintained in the larger world, where competing interests and unintended consequences complicated even the most well-intentioned ecological interventions. Back in the high-security wing, as Ivy was secured in her cell, she offered Batman a parting thought. "Nature doesn't think in terms of total victory or absolute defeat, Batman. It thinks in cycles, in adaptations, in finding balance through constant change. Perhaps there's wisdom in that approach for all of us." The words lingered as Batman left Arkham behind, the night now giving way to the first hints of dawn. The asylum stood outlined against the lightening sky, its Gothic architecture softened by the green life now established within and around it. Seeds planted in twilight now faced the coming day, their growth to be guided, monitored, and studied in the months ahead. Whether those seeds would ultimately bring healing or harm remained to be seen. But in the delicate balance between human needs and natural systems, between institutional order and organic growth, perhaps something new and beneficial might emerge, a middle path between Poison Ivy's botanical extremism and humanity's technological isolation from the natural world. As Batman disappeared into the fading darkness, the plants of Arkham continued their quiet work, filtering, growing, adapting, breathing. Night-blooming flowers closed their petals against the coming light, while day-olded species began to stir, leaves turning eastward in anticipation of the sun. The cycle continued, as it had since life first emerged on Earth, finding balance through endless change, creating harmony from the eternal dance of opposing forces. The seeds of twilight, planted in darkness, now waited for their moment in the light. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.